Howdy folks, Corky Duke Farminator here. Come with me if you want to farm. This is Farming Simulator 22, Silverrun Forest, Woody Johnson Farm Part 4, brand new map that I started. The first brand new map I've started in quite a while. And let's continue on with what we were doing. Alright, where's my truck at? Need my truck. I forgot where my truck was. I think I was, what was I doing? I was right where I left it. Of course, it's always where I left it, I just don't remember where I left it. All right. Crap, I missed my turn. Ugh. Excuse me. Ah. Come on, get up this hill. Excuse me. I don't have this kind of problem with the international truck. Maybe I need to get that truck. Wow. Oh, excuse me. Let's get those. Get them filled with water. Where's my truck at? Might actually be over here. Maybe not. Here's right. Two level 10 greenhouses. Hey Austin, how you doing? Thanks for joining the stream. I trust you're doing fantastic today, as you always are. That's good. I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. Excuse me. Wow. Whoa. All right. I'm turning left. Yep. Is this the one I want? Yeah, that's the one I want. See you there at the edge of the map. Alrighty. We're gonna go for some wood. Let's go there then. Okay, I didn't borrow money. What was I thinking when I did borrow money? Must be confusing it with another game. I will be right back. You take the long way around? What's he doing? He's going through the roller coaster. What the? Why did he take that route? That's the stupid route to take. Oh well. You did it. Still got to buy those other two fields. All right. Oh, goodness sakes. Where am I at here? Goodness sakes, I can't find me. There I am. Yeah, left. Thought so. Not today, Mr. Spam Wrist. Oh, that's why I remember what I did now. Still not working. Hey Jody, how you doing? Thanks for joining the stream. Yeah. And I hope the Republicans get killed in the midterms. Trump will be impeached and removed, placed in prison where he belongs. Can anybody tell me a 34 count convicted felon that didn't spend one day in jail? It's absolute bullshit. Now, we got Gestapo, which is ICE, killing American citizens in the damn street. 2 of them last week. What's the best market stall? Damn it, my phone is still not working. Oh, no kidding. Absolutely no question there. Merrick Garland delay. He should have hired Jack Smith 2 years before he did. And Trump would have been sitting in prison during the 24 election. Still don't have any iron yet. All right. Oh yeah, that's definitely why he ran, keep himself out of prison. How many people voted for him didn't even know he was a 34 count convicted felon? Because Fox News is not going to put that story out. Fox propaganda, I should say. So much bullshit. I'm gonna go that way. Better question is how many people voted for him and didn't care that he was a 34 count convicted felon. That would be MAGA right there. Well, what as soon as the Democrat president gets in, they need to bring back the fairness doctrine, the one that Reagan got rid of in 1988, I think. And that'll mean that news agencies can't lie. Oh, hey, guess what? Smartmatic has got like a 2 point something billion-dollar lawsuit against Fox News. Or yeah, I think it's Fox News. So hopefully that should bankrupt them. That alone could do it. It's funny how they never broadcast the news story about Fox News having to pay $787 million to Dominion I can't even think of what it was. But Smartmatic's got like $2.3 billion lawsuit against them. They're not going to settle either. I know. Hello? Hello? Yeah, the Democrat wins president in 2028. He's going to have a fucking mess to clean up. Sugar's low. My sugar is low. We got to get it back up. Hey Austin, thanks for joining the stream. Dang it. Ah. Did you? Be right back.
Don't know where to go, I've got 10 people I know. Stuck in sticky stuff, it gets tricky when you're low. It's a long life when you don't know where to go. Not sure what to say, do you like it anyway? The money's pretty great, bet you're 20 you'll go grey. It's a long life when you don't know what dependent upon. Have you looked alive through some ordinary eyes? Tell if you can see now what nobody likes. It's a long
Oh boy. Yeah, my sugar is low.
try. Show me what to
But
love. Don't you mention what it costs.
Oreo cookies aren't doing it.
If you don't know what to
The
love,
Pop Tarts did
maybe you're
though.
lost. It's a long life. So be your own boss. Have you made a mind? Someone you found to help you be kind. Someone to depend upon. Happiness, a charm, is more complex than your palm. Everybody yearns for some, but nobody's calm. It's a long life. Sing a sad song.
There we go.
Have you written a friend? Someone you trust to the very end. Someone to
All right. Goodness sakes. Whoops. Hold on. Let's turn this thing around. All right. This is better. All right. Ooh, there we go. Okay. All righty. I'm feeling better now. I think my sugar's rising.
Hi, today it's 4 o'clock in the East. Donald Trump's disdain for a free and fair press is nothing new, but it is now core to his political and governing thesis. And there's a dangerous and chilling new phase in his war against the First Amendment to tell you about, with the Department of Justice increasingly willing to use the levers of the Department of Justice to wage it. In a deeply troubling development, Donald Trump's DOJ issued subpoenas to several New York Times journalists on Friday over their reporting on security concerns involving Donald Trump's new Qatari-gifted Air Force One. The New York Times reports this, quote, "The subpoenas, which seek to force the reporters to testify before a federal grand jury in Manhattan on Wednesday, were an extraordinary escalation in Donald Trump's efforts to threaten and intimidate independent news organizations. They add that, quote, in some cases, the subpoenas were delivered by federal agents who showed up at reporters' homes. The subpoenas contain few specifics, asking only that the journalists testify, quote, in regard to an alleged violation of federal criminal law, end quote. They were issued by Jay Clayton. He's the U.S. Attorney in Manhattan's SDNY. The journalists targeted include some familiar faces to viewers of this program: Julian Barnes, Eric Lipton, Tyler Pager, and Eric Schmidt, all of whose reporting is absolutely essential to what we know about Donald Trump and his administration. They reported last week about how Donald Trump's shiny new Qatari jet lacks the same defensive countermeasures that were features of the old Air Force One, creating risk in using the jet abroad. That risk was underscored by the decision for Trump to leave Turkey last week on the old Air Force One at the urging of the Secret Service. A spokesperson for DOJ claims that reporters are not the targets, that those leaking classified information are. But adding to the concern that DOJ is taking marching orders from Donald Trump is this reporting also from the New York Times. Quote, the White House directed Kash Patel, the FBI director, to oversee the leak investigation into reporting by the New York Times. Kash Patel scuttled a planned trip to Chicago and spent roughly 8 hours at the White House Friday running the investigation from there rather than FBI headquarters, a major departure from historical practice. In response to the investigation and show of force by the Justice Department against journalists, the New York Times top newsroom lawyer David McCraw said this, quote, the appearance of federal law enforcement agents on the doorstep of news reporters should shock the conscience of any American who believes in the Constitution and the press freedom it protects. Our journalists report the facts and advance the American public's right to know how their government is operating and how their taxpayer dollars are being used. This brazen act should be seen as nothing more than an attempt to prevent the public from knowing what is happening in their country by intimidating journalists who are doing their jobs. Donald Trump's escalating war against the journalists who cover him, with an assist from the Department of Justice and the FBI at the highest levels, is where we start today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. Former DHS Chief of Staff during Donald Trump's first term, Miles Taylor, is here. Also joining us, New York Times investigative reporter Mike Schmidt is here. Mike, these are your colleagues. This is a beat that you are oftentimes on as well. Your reaction?
Look, these are 5 of the most important reporters, not only at the Times, but I would say in the country right now. They are some of the most dogged, fearless folks I have ever worked alongside. They, have broken story after story that has given the country a greater understanding of who Donald Trump is and the administration he is leading. There's a cheesy and at times cliche motto or credo that Marty Barron, the executive editor of the Washington Post, used to say during the first Trump term, and that was, "We're not at war, we're at work." And I think that in the time that we live in, this is the type of workplace issue that is going to come up a lot with the Trump administration. The Trump administration, Trump has sued the New York Times. There is an EEOC case against the New York Times. The New York Times has sued the Trump administration for additional access to the Pentagon. The Trump administration has executed a search warrant at the home of a Washington Post reporter. These are all things that have gone on between the administration and the press. And what those 5 reporters who I work with are doing, and what we're all doing, is we're just going to go back to work. We are not going to be deterred by this. This is an attempt to stop us, to chill us from doing the First Amendment protected work that is essential to journalism and to the American democracy, and subpoenas are not going to stop that.
They're going to stop it, but it has to be disturbing for these journalists, as accomplished as they are, to be on the receiving end of a federal agent delivering a subpoena.
Look, as the executive editor of the Times said, Joe Kahn, in a statement that he put out over the weekend, it's clear what's going on here. It's clear what the government is trying to do and how they're trying to chill and stop us. But you can get into we have to go to court. We have to defend our rights, and look, Donald Trump has wanted to do stuff like this for a very long period of time. As Miles knows, dating back to the first Trump term, Trump wanted to go after reporters. He wanted to do things like this. He was stopped from doing that. As remarkable as the subpoena story is, the second story about Kash Patel working out of the White House on the investigation is just as remarkable. That is how a federal investigation and the investigative criminal powers of the federal government are being used, and where the investigation is being run out of, is just as astounding.
Mike, do 2 sort of level sets for us. Explain why that's so stunning and why. The last several directors of the FBI not even wanting to be seen at the White House or around the president they work for. And 2, just explain what the reporting was about and why your colleagues think this so irked Donald Trump.
So James Comey, when he was FBI director, I once asked him in an interview whether Comey at 6'8" was going to play in Obama, who had just named him FBI director, in his weekly basketball game. And Comey, being Comey, said that he didn't think that would be appropriate, even though they were playing in the basement of the FBI, because it was an appearance of a conflict and that it would look like he was too chummy with the president. So that gives you one sense of what the post-Watergate norms of federal investigations looked like. And that was that federal investigations were run by the FBI and the Justice Department at more than an arm's length distance from the White House, that they were supposed to follow the law and the fact. There's countless examples of Trump in his first term wanting to do that, wanting to use the investigative powers of the FBI and the IRS to go after his enemies, but being stopped from doing that. And that's because in this country, there was a belief that the law should be applied evenly and that the evidence should drive the application of the law. That has changed in Trump's second term, where he has used the FBI and many other law enforcement agencies to do political errands for him, or at least he has tried to do that. So that is why an investigation being run out of the White House is something that we just sort of haven't seen and is new and different. The reporting that my colleagues did on the plane was particularly important because it raises a larger question about, okay, Trump took this plane that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. He says he's going to keep it afterwards. He really likes the way that it looks, but it may not have the proper protections on it that a typical or true Air Force One would have to keep those on it safe. So it cuts to the heart of Trump's decision making, how he has taken gifts from foreign governments and the national security implications of that. That is a story worthy of the taxpayer, of the American understanding what is going on here and why were these decisions made, and is national security at risk because things have been sort of short-circuited here and they have started to use a plane that is not ready for action.
Miles, you write about this. Actually, let me ask you, Miles. I mean, when you wrote Anonymous and you were still anonymous, was there an attempt to use the Justice Department to find out who you were?
There was, and at the time, Nicole, I found it to be deeply ironic that I was using the pages of the Times to say that this man is using the powers of his office for selfish reasons, that he's abusing his powers, and that his response was to go abuse his powers to try to silence First Amendment protected speech. It got even crazier because I got a phone call, Nicole, at the time from my former boss, John Kelly, at the White House, who didn't know I'd written those words and who shared the sentiment of everyone else in the administration that, man, whoever written that was basically spot on, but said the president wants us to run a probe from inside the White House, basically micromanaging DOJ to go hunt down the leaker. And Kelly expressed to me, this is obviously not constitutional for us to do, and we're not going to do it. We're not going to run an unconstitutional investigation trying to hunt down someone who said what everyone in this administration believes. And that leads us to today, Nicole. There is good news here, and we can get to the good news. The bad news, of course, is that we have clearly entered the no man's land of First Amendment violations. Those things that people in the first administration, like John Kelly, said they would never do, are now being done directly from the West Wing of the White House. Y'all's reporting made clear Kash Patel at the White House for up to 8 hours sitting there, being micromanaged by the President of the United States, launching an investigation into the only constitutionally protected profession in the United States, journalists. Now, again, Justice Department says those journalists are not the target. That is semantics, okay? Those journalists receive those subpoenas. For all intents and purposes, they are the target. Now, the administration will say, well, it's because we're just trying to get to the source. Well, those sources are the people we're depending on to tell us what is happening inside this government. And I've got to agree with Mike. There is almost no instance of corruption inside this administration that is more urgently needed to be known by the American taxpayer than the fact that the President of the United States is taking expensive foreign gifts, greater than any gift.
My anger is no longer on Trump. It's the people who voted for him. This is absolutely ridiculous. And if you voted for him, shame on you. And fuck you all at the same time. This is absolute bullshit.
Ever given to an American president, using it for his own purposes, and apparently trying to cover up the weaknesses and the corruption related to the giving of that gift. That is the type of thing we count on journalists to tell us. So the bad news is we've entered an era where a president is directing revenge against those people. But like I said, it's not all in time. Really bad news here.
I mean, Miles, it sounds like mostly bad news to me, though. And I wonder if you could just do the same level setting I asked Mike to do on how Republicans in the Senate just sleepwalk their way into confirming Todd Blanche this week, who is literally a walking violation of the Constitution. Name your amendment, he's found a way to work around it in service of Donald Trump.
Well, that's where I get to the good news here, Nicole. The good news is Donald Trump
Oh, good.
opened an investigation into reporters. And then the publication Mike works for got a story out there about the leak probe itself. So the leak probe leaked. What does that tell you? That tells you that not everyone inside this government, not everyone inside this FBI, not everyone tied to this administration is comfortable living in a country where the president of the United States wants to censor free speech, because those people picked up the phone and called the New York Times and said, hey, want to let you know, the boss is livid. He's opening a leak probe into the New York Times. It was incredible to me that the Times published these two stories within hours of each other. The Times publishes its story about being investigated, and then gets the scoop about the leak probe itself. That is good for democracy, that people are unwilling to put up with this. Now, I hope some of that, through some sort of civic osmosis, will make its way to the United States Senate, and some of those senators will find their courage when it comes to this review of Todd Blanche.
How about it comes to Republicans?
His department, of
Or
which the
Republicans.
FBI is a part, become one of Donald Trump's personal puppets. So hopefully
Shame to
this
ever
story
be a
among
member of
others
that
this
party.
week will make their way to those senators.
People
But I
are
do
choosing
think
party,
that Blanche is
political
going
party,
to
and
face a
cult
steeper hill
over country.
to climb
It's
than he had,
disgusting.
let's say, 4 days ago.
Congress is supposed to be a check on the
But it's
president's
like maybe the
power.
treadmill comes
System
flat
of
to
checks and
one.
balances.
I'm not sure how steep it is with these Republicans. Miles, let me show you what Jim Acosta had to say
Safe.
about the A word, authoritarianism.
I go back to what people like Ruth Ben-Ghiat have been warning, which is this is what happens with authoritarian governments. They immediately go after the press. I think this time around, Donald Trump wanted to make damn sure that he got the people out of the way who got in his way the first time around, who perceived that way, perceived political enemies. And this is a project, just like Project 2025. This is a project of Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, the people behind the scenes who surround him, who want an authoritarian-like government in this country. And you can't have the press.
You introduce your buddy to DT of St. Louis. Whoa. He goes on the site and runs up dead.
What's going on here in the suburbs?
You are fired! Come here.
Thank you. I look like a mess right now. I feel much better now. I'm covered in sticky ale and foam. Interesting. I lost my job. Will you take me in?
Press getting in the way of that.
Jim Acosta made those comments, Miles, before the subpoena story broke on Friday night. But let me just, in the spirit of what Jim's talking about, I mean, the success in the project is Elon Musk bought Twitter, Donald Trump's cronies bought CBS, they're about to take over CNN, the Washington Post has capitulated completely. It sounds like from Mike's colleagues reporting in their new book, Bezos would like to capitulate even further, just hasn't figured out how to yet with the Washington Post. So we're down to independent media, which is vibrant and vital, but lacks the kind of robust legal departments to contend with these kinds of things. The New York Times, The Atlantic, we're blessed at MS Now to have editorial freedom, but Trump's been pretty successful in if not taming the coverage of the few remaining independent outlets, limiting their reach and limiting the numbers. And we're 18 months in. I mean, what is the good part of that story?
Well, we're in it. We're in it. His fascist experiment is working. And that still sounds like a charged word to some people. But remember, folks that I served with told Mike, told you, told me that they expected Donald Trump to act like a little fascist in a second term. His own people said that. That's what is happening. I mean, you remember, Nicole, I came and sat with you in 2003 and said, if he wins office again, mark my words, what he's going to do is he's going to open leak investigations into people as a way to vastly expand his prosecutorial revenge and to go after reporters. In fact, again and again, I've said that. They're just following the playbook. This wasn't hard to see that they would come in and they would open leak investigations. I think as we came on the air, it was announced that it's going to be having a joint task force to dig. Into leakers. They're going to use that as the predicate to continue to torch the U.S. Constitution. I suppose if there's any
Be right
good
back.
news
Gotta get
in
some
here,
coffee.
it's that free speech does
Might have
not
to make
go
a pot.
down without a fight. There are clearly people inside this administration still willing to talk to the news outlets. That shouldn't give us total confidence that the Constitution gets preserved. But state attorneys general are getting ready to sue to block the Paramount merger. The judges are unwilling to roll over and submit to this. The news outlets like the New York Times, as you read at the beginning of this segment, are punching back hard, fighting this in court. Washington Post fought similar subpoenas in court. Wall Street Journal fought them in court, and they won in those courts. The judges have sided with them, or the prosecutors have dropped those cases. We're not going to go down without a fight.
Mike, quickly, what will your journalists do with the subpoenas? Will they show up, or will you fight them in court?
I'm gonna leave the Times to speak for itself about how it plans to deal with this, but I think you can assume that this is obviously something that the Times will do everything to fight. The Times knew coming into the second Trump term that we were going to face extraordinary challenges, in a range of different ways, including on the legal front, and we're more than prepared for that. We have someone in David McCraw, who I can easily say is the top First Amendment lawyer in the country, and he is the tip of the spear and is dealing with this multifaceted, multi-front battle that we find ourselves in with the administration. Just in the sense that there are so many different sort of legal issues that have come up, whether it's us suing for access to the Pentagon or Trump suing us.
Yeah. Mike, thank you so much for starting us off on this. We have some breaking news out of South Carolina to tell you about before we go to break. One day after we learned of the death of U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, the Republican governor of that state, Henry McMaster, just announced that he is appointing Senator Lindsey Graham's younger sister, Darlene Graham, to serve the rest of Lindsey Graham's Senate term. It expires in January. Graham and his sister were very close. After their parents died when they were young, Graham raised Darlene and became her legal guardian. Senator Lindsey Graham died Saturday night at the age of 71 of what a medical examiner said was likely an aorta tear caused by underlying cardiovascular disease. The special primary election will be held on August 11th to determine who will run against the Democratic nominee Annie Andrews in November. When we come back, we are just learning more about how Donald Trump seems to be escalating the big lie that there was fraud in 2020 and that's why he lost to Joe Biden, and about how he's using the power of the White House to sow doubt and confusion about upcoming races and bring about more distrust in our country around the integrity of our elections. We'll dive into that. Also ahead, breaking today, judge calling Donald Trump's lawsuit against the IRS, quote, self-dealing in a scathing judgment, which could put Todd Blanche in even more hot water days ahead of his Senate confirmation hearing. We'll have all those stories and much more when Deadline White House continues on a very busy day of news. Trump's address will take place in prime time. It is likely to mark the start of releases of so-called evidence that everyone that worked for him in 2020 couldn't find. as Donald Trump makes it abundantly clear that there's no lever of national security power that he will not exploit and pervert to undermine our faith in our elections and our democracy, including these essential national security agencies. MS Now has exclusive reporting that details Trump's plans to use our national security apparatus and turn it into a propaganda machine for his election lies. Quote, a new White House task force reviewing thousands of pages of classified intelligence and law enforcement documents for evidence of irregularities in U.S. elections is expected to begin releasing documents within weeks, according to two U.S. officials with knowledge of the matter, speaking to MS Now. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence, whose acting chief, Bill Pulte, has been accused by Democrats of politically weaponizing federal government information, will be part of this effort. Democrats say that Trump has placed Pulte in this position so that he can aid Republicans in the midterm elections and potentially limit voting by Democrats. The release of the documents appears to be part of a series of accelerating efforts by Trump and his aides to again question and relitigate the results of the 2020 election. Claims that widespread voter fraud occurred in the country and decreased public trust in the results of pivotal elections this fall that will decide control of Congress. This effort is not just isolated to Pulte's Office of the Director of National Intelligence. MS Now reports that it is part of a whole of government effort to try to subvert November's midterm elections, coming on the heels of Trump's weaponization of the Department of Justice and FEMA. One election protection advocate telling MS Now that local election officials must prepare now for a federal assault on our elections, saying this, quote, this is unprecedented, she said. If you had told me in 20...
Going the wrong way. Turn around the other way. Big time. Ah.
That we would be having this conversation, I wouldn't have believed you. But we have to take this seriously, given events in 2020 and the president's focus on the fall. I want to bring in one of the journalists who broke this story for us, our White House reporter, Laura Barron Lopez. Also joining us, former director of the CIA, our senior national security and intelligence analyst, John Brennan, and Miles is still here. Laura, take me through what you're reporting.
Okay, but what is the kiss cam thing? Come on. It's a kiss cam. It's a game. Everyone does it.
Okay, thanks.
What was that? I shouldn't kiss my brother's best friend.
Wait. Take my breath away. That's so good.
So serious?
Every day it feels like a dream I might wake up from. I can't wait any longer.
Wish they were all like this,
Next week.
all in the same path.
Breaking news.
Yeah, Nicole, thanks so much. So my colleagues David Rowe, Jackie Alamany, Kane Delanian, and I reported this morning that this White House task force is reviewing those intelligence and law enforcement documents that are currently classified, and that the administration is looking to declassify some of those documents as it pertains to, the fact that they're searching for what alleged irregularities in the 2020 election. Now, I spoke to also a number of current election officials as well as election security experts who say that they've expected something like this for quite some time in terms of the administration to release documents like this. And they think that what it could have to do with is conspiracy theories potentially pertaining to Venezuela at the time. You've probably heard this conspiracy theory before, which is that Rudy Giuliani spread it right around the 2020 election, that Venezuela was involved with Dominion voting machines and manipulated those machines, and somehow that influenced the election. That's not true. Also is whether or not China interfered, which was again looked into significantly at the time, interfered against President Trump. And the intel community assessment at the time was that there was no interference that swayed the election. There may have been influence across social media, but not interference. And so again, one point I just want to make here, Nicole, is that John Ratcliffe was the director of national intelligence.
What is the best selling stall to use in Farming Simulator 22 to sell cucumbers, red peppers, and onions? Damn it. You're going to have to type it out. It's still not working. Damn it. I don't think it matters. All right. In that case, it doesn't matter. I'll tell you what, let's save it, and then we'll try it. If you don't like it, I can always go back and fix it. Forgot to name this. I knew what I wanted to name it. I just forgot to name it. Ah. Wow, I think I need to get some honey. Look at the price of that. That's pretty good. Cypress. Okay, where they at? Right here. Cucumbers. Ooh, look at that. Very nice. And where the red peppers at? Should be in that same location. Okay, good. Let's turn them on to selling. All right. I forgot where I had. Oh, there it is. I forgot where I had my truck at. I'll be right back. All right. Feel much better. My sugar is back to normal now. Hate that feeling when it's low. When your sugar is low, you just, wow. You feel weak and dizzy, and you feel like crap. Gotta turn it back on. Dang it. Come on. Storing and storing, yep. Yep, that's it right there. Oh, what the hell? This kind of solves the problem of wood right away. For the wood turner, I got some wood right in it already. I will fill it up though. Yeah, it worked out good. Don't understand why I can't get these. I got them before in my other game that I was playing. I got one of them anyway. I got this one on the corner, which I needed to round this corner here with my truck anyway. Ah. All right. Nice citizens. They don't even mind if you run them over. See? He didn't mind at all. Alright. I forgot where I put my truck again. It seems to be a consistent thing. Most definitely. Do I have iron yet? I bet I do. I do. I got one pallet of it. That's what, 1,000 meters, which is enough. Let's go pick it up. Because all we're short on now is the staircase. Oh, there it is. Just drove past it a couple of times. I can't remember where it is. That's what old age does to you. Drive past it a couple of times and don't remember where you put it. Need wood beams, planks, long planks. Got the metal, floor tiles, and staircase railing. Need prefab walls? I don't think so. Oh, I know I'll need it later on, but I don't need it in this load. All right. What do we look like now? We've got enough planks. We need wood beams, which we have wood beams there. Long planks. Hello? Hello? Nope. How many times I gotta tell these people I don't have Medicare? Why do I have to keep telling them that? But I need wood beams, which were here, aren't they? Long planks just bang. Yep. All right. Well, let's grab that.
continue with you. I'm Katie Tur. Whatever happened to moments like these?
What happened to my internet on my phone? That's what I want to know. We got the planks, we got the long planks. We need wood beams, floor tiles, and staircase railing.
I can't trust Obama. I have read about him, and he's an Arab. He is not. No.
No, ma'am. He's a decent family man, citizen that I just happen to have disagreements with on fundamental issues, and that's what this campaign is all about. He's not. Thank you.
Those days are long gone because of Trump.
Not the person. That's what John McCain was saying back in 2008. At a moment when the campaign was turning ugly, when racist conspiracy theories about Barack Obama were taking hold, John McCain did something that's become remarkably rare in American politics, especially today. He pushed back. He reminded the crowd that political disagreement doesn't have to become personal hatred. Looking back now, though, it is clear that that wasn't the lesson that many people took away. The accusation was. And in the years since, our politics have only grown meaner and cruder. Political opponents aren't just wrong anymore, they're treated like actual enemies, like existential threats. Without leaders willing to consistently push back on that kind of rhetoric on both sides, it's become easier for some people to believe that violence is a legitimate response. Donald Trump did dramatically lower our standards back in 2015, fundamentally changing American politics. And as the temperature climbed along with that, so has the number of Americans who say they believe political violence can be justified. 35%, according to the UC Davis Center for Violence Prevention. That helps explain why we've seen assassination attempts against Donald Trump, the murders of a Minnesota
Those were fake. Don't even bring that into this shit.
CEO,
Butler, Pennsylvania was that was a setup. Explain to me how the Secret Service lets the president, who they're supposed to protect, wave his fist in the air and say, fight, fight, fight. How do they know there's not a second shooter unless they know there's not a second shooter? How you doing, farm dude?
Funding for the Supreme Court.
Thanks for joining the stream.
Threefold increase in threats.
Butler, Pennsylvania was definitely set up. That was fake.
Protection. Here's Justice Barrett's description.
Unless the Secret Service is supposed to just let the president
after Dobbs
tease and
they have required
provoke another assassin.
Children to think about and see things that children should not have to see or think about. One example is when threats to my life were particularly intense a few years ago, around the time of the Dobbs leak. My security detail sent me home with a bulletproof vest, and I carried it into my house, put it into my bedroom, dropped it down on a table, turned around, and my 12-year-old
I pretty much only play this on this channel. I have another channel.
I wanted to know what it was and why.
Where I play war games, like several close combat games, Star Wars Empire at War, Star Wars Rebellion, Bomber Crew. That's on my other channel. And that's also where my parody songs are that I wrote, because I write parody songs. But I pretty much, on this channel, I tried the tractor sim and still can't. I don't know, I may go back to it. I may have to get one of those steering wheels. I just can't drive very well with this keyboard. So I may try it later on with an actual steering wheel. I don't know yet. It seems like a cool game. I'm like weaving all over the road when I'm driving. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. I gotta get some more money and release the other parodies I got, because I got some funny ones that I haven't recorded yet. I got 20 others that I wrote. Like I got a Three Stooges parody, winds up being a real nice tribute to the boys. It's a parody of In Color by Jamie Johnson. It's called The Stooges in Color. And then I've got, what else we got? Oh, Junk Food Junkie. I'm just an old junk food junkie, spending my time munching on cookies, feeding the stomach with strawberry licorice. I'm just an old junk food junkie. Keep in mind, no, I was. What else do I got? All I Want Is a Wife, a dirty one, which is what my Tim McGraw parodied. All I Want Is a Life. I got a bunch of other ones that I have in mind to write, that I got ideas for, and some of them I started writing, including a non-country, a Simon and Garfunkel parody to The Sound of Silence, called The Cone of Silence. I don't know if you ever watched the TV show Get Smart, but it's about him. It's about how Max Smart always wanted to tell the chief the stupidest, most minute things in that cone of silence thing. So it's like, hello chief, my old friend, I've come to work for you again. Chaos agents blown away with my snub-nosed 38. And that bomb chaos planet in that train still remains. I say this in the cone of silence. So I got to finish writing that. I haven't completely wrote that yet. And then what else do I got? I got so many that I always forget a lot of it, you know. Break Wind Here, my parody of Break Down Here. Sure hate to break wind here. Nothing's more disgusting than smelling my rear. Out in the middle of the state, not knowing I'm in trouble if my shorts start glowing. Beano, please help me right now, 'cause I'd sure hate to start smelling like a cow. If I let one go, I'd probably bring about a tear. And I'd sure hate to break wind here. The brakes don't work on this damn thing. And of course my Carrie, did I tell you about my Carrie Underwood parody? It's extremely dirty, but it's really funny. You know her song Last Name? I can't see through the trees. Anyway, it goes, safe. Okay, her song goes, I don't even know his last name. My mama would be so ashamed. It started off, hey cutie, where are you from? And it turned into, oh my God, what have I done? And I don't even know his last name. So it's about a nice girl that has too much to drink, wakes up in the morning with a total stranger. So my parody is called She Came. So the chorus goes, I don't even know if she came. Hugh Hefner would be so ashamed. Started off, hey Corky, where are you from? And ended in, oh my God, you can't be done. And I don't even know if she came. So that's that. They'll never play that one on the radio. Did you hear the Trisha Yearwood parody that it's on a different channel. I had to create a different channel because I was afraid they were going to ban my channel. She's in Love with Her Toys is the name of it. That has explicit lyrics in it. Sex toys. It's the song's about this girl. His boyfriend's penis is so small that she loves her sex toys more than she loves him. It's on Sins of a Parody Artist. You should be able to find it at the bottom of my both my YouTube channels, and just click on that, and it'll take you right to it. Oh, crap. All my dirty parodies, like All I Want Is a Wife and She Came, is going to go on that YouTube channel instead of putting them on my Quirky Dude channel. All right. We're going to cut down some wood now. I could buy. I can buy because I think it was 80 grand or 110. I can't remember. Okay. So I need more planks, long planks, floor tile planks. Oh, just regular planks, which is coming out of here. All right. Should have some more planks soon. All right, and then we'll have floor tiles coming. As soon as I get that done. I already did my farming. I only had one. I still got to buy these other 2 fields, but I'm going to wait. And then next month in September, I'm going to plant wheat field and field 2. I'm going to try and expand the field too. I think I can expand it out to about here. Plant wheat in it because I need straw for the sheep I'm going to get. So I do have a combine harvester. It's not a reaper though. That's it right there. Got no place to put him yet either. Well, you can see I don't have a whole lot of fields in this map. And I think I'm going to work on the roller coaster first and work on the boat launch. Since the roller coaster will actually pay me money for giving it the supplies it needs to build the roller coaster. The boat launch won't do that. Oh, I love it when it does this. I'll pick them all up on the same road, path. It's not really a road, it's more of a cow path. Give me some more coffee.
Had it, and I didn't know how to respond because maybe I lack imagination, but I didn't expect that performing a service was going to put me in the position of explaining to my children what a bulletproof vest was and why I had to wear one. It's also been reported in the news that roughly 6 weeks ago I was the victim of a swatting incident. At that point, my teenage son, one of my teenage sons, opened the door to go out with friends and saw in our street, it was full of police cars who had responded to a false report of gunshots and raised voices in my home. I was very, very grateful that I had Supreme Court police outside my home because they were able to stop and meet with and explain to the county police that it had been a false alarm, and so the police did not actually attempt to enter our home.
Joining us, former Assistant District Attorney in the Manhattan DA's office, Catherine Christian, legal journalist, longtime Supreme Court contributor to Vanity Fair and several other publications, Christian Farias, senior writer at Slate who covers the Supreme Court and co-host of Slate's Amicus podcast, Mark Joseph Stern, and policy editor at The Bulwark and host of the Mona Sharon Show podcast. Mona Sharon. All right, Mark, the court is your beat. Threefold increase in threats. What's going on?
It's absolutely horrifying. It's not at all surprising, and I do think a big part of it is Donald Trump. And that's odd because, of course, Trump
Not a
wins
big
most
part
of
of
the
it.
cases
It
that he
is the
takes
reason.
to the Supreme Court. But that's not enough
You
for
mean
him.
big
The
part of
few
it.
that he does lose, he has to throw a huge temper tantrum, and he has the bully pulpit and all of the cameras pointing to him. And so I think that when he has these
come
fits,
on.
like he did after the tariffs decision, where he said that some of these justices should be ashamed of themselves and their families should be ashamed of themselves, that is a not so subtle signal to a lot of angry, violent, paranoid people that they need to take matters into their own hands because Trump's soldiers aren't delivering for him. It's not all Trump, but I do think it's a big part.
Let me ask you about Amy Coney Barrett in particular. She's getting it from not just Democrats or left or liberals who are upset with her decision making.
Right.
As she described, I think, in the beginning there with
Dang
the
it, come on!
decision post Dobbs, but also Donald Trump supporters.
Yes, and let me just say this. Look, I disagree with Justice Barrett about so much. I also think she is a real judge who's trying to do real law. And even though some of the outcomes I strenuously disagree with, I think it's clear she gets there through her own, logic and reasoning and not through partisanship and bias. And that disgusts a lot on the right who feel that she owes Trump her allegiance and loyalty, and that every time she doesn't deliver for him, she's proved herself to be a failure who should be taken off the court by any means necessary. So she is not just getting criticized from the left.
Oh, she should be taken off the court for lying.
Right, often by these
In her confirmation hearing.
formerly Twitter, who have huge
Roe versus Wade is established law. First chance she gets, she overturns it.
And portray her not
If I lied on a job interview to get a job, I'd be fired. Same thing should apply to her.
traitor. And again, I really do feel for her. That story is heart-wrenching. I think anybody, any parent especially, can understand how awful that conversation must have been. It seems that the cost of having principle as a Supreme Court justice now, the cost of just standing up and doing your job no matter what Trump demands, the cost is threats on your life, and that is completely unacceptable.
The cost of engaging in politics, period, Mona.
This is OOC, the playable anime, and instead of watching the story play out, you text the characters and control it yourself. The crazy thing is that each character remembers what you say, so they can respond differently based on your choices. You can make the story funny, chaotic, romantic, whatever you want. Also, the graphics of the game are amazing, and you're not going to be underwhelmed. If you want to play one of the coolest, one-of-a-kind games out there, download OOC today.
Evening, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm keeping cool. How are you?
That's good. I'm doing okay. Got
Been staying at home in my air conditioner because
There you
it's
go.
too nasty outside.
how hot is it up there?
My one indoor-outdoor says it's 95,
Wow.
but it's on the tree, you know, I'll the tree out, and then I have a wheel on my cabinet and in my window, you know. So that's, tomorrow's supposed to get even hotter.
Well, it is midsummer.
We've had 90s before because I was looking back at other calendars and I put 90 plus, you know, on certain days. So we've had it before, but it's, I guess it's the humidity or something that's not good.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm live streaming, so just letting you know.
I see. Okay, well that's...
It's actually a new map. This map is different because there's very little farming. It's mostly logging, so I'm cutting down trees and stuff. Huh?
Up North Michigan?
I don't know where it is. I'm gonna have to check on that. It could be like Northern California, something like that. Because there's big redwoods in this map, so it could be like Northern California. So,
Yeah, it sounds more like California than it does Michigan.
yeah. I could check though. But I'm not gonna do it right now, but later I will. But it's called Silverrun Forest, so that's what the name of the map is. But I guess I need a break from the regular farming because I might be a little burnt out on it. So
Well, you can do it so long and it's good to have a change.
yeah, yeah, I think so.
But it's good for your brain to keep busy like that, like you're doing. So.
Yeah. Then they got pedestrians in this game where you can simply run over them and they don't mind. So, this guy right here, boom. See, he just disappeared when I ran over him. So
Why would you want to run over him?
I didn't want to, but it doesn't do any harm. So. It's not like I'm actually out on the street running over people. So.
I see.
I only do that on Tuesdays.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I think I missed my turn. Dang it. I sure did. What the hell am I doing? No, I didn't. I can turn up here. This map has a lot of like cow paths through all these forests and hills and stuff like that. So it's not like a normal map that's easy to learn to memorize. So it's my turn.
What kind of cows?
Well, I don't have any cows. I probably will get some sheep, but I don't think I'm going to get cows. I don't have enough farmland to keep the cows fed. But I'll have enough farmland to keep like a barn full of sheep fed. And I'm also going to need the wool for some of the production sites in this game, in this map. So, but I'm probably not going to have any cows in this one, unless I can find a way to get a lot more fields.
Well, I'd rather have a cow than sheep, but I'd rather have a goat.
A goat, yeah. You were practically raised on goat's milk, weren't you?
It was there, yes. No, not all the time. We got it later on. When Grandpa had to have it, he had an ulcer,
Yeah.
so he had to have goat's milk, but we didn't have to drink it, that I remember. Because it had an odor to it and it was thicker.
Well, it definitely had an acquired taste to it.
But Grandpa knew, he drank it because he knew he needed to or it would help, so,
Yeah.
and it did.
Yeah, that's
Where
good.
modern doctors wouldn't prescribe that at all.
No, I think they have a medicine for it now.
Right.
Which I think the natural solution might be better than the medicine,
Right.
personally.
No, I agree with you for sure on that because
You're just putting a bunch of chemicals in your body. How can that be good? At least insulin is a hormone,
you're doing okay after your little tiny hospital.
Yeah.
Deal.
Yeah, I'm doing good with the G7, the new sensor, so trying to figure out, it's a little bit different than the other one, so having to put it on my arm, it makes it a lot harder to put it on. So, because you got to do some extra things, like you got to put a sticky patch on it, and it's got a hole in the middle, so you got to get it right in there, and it's kind of tricky when you can only use one hand to do it, so it gets kind of tricky.
That would be more complicated.
Yeah, because I can't put it on my abdomen like I could with the G6.
So you use your right hand and hit your left arm?
Yeah, it's on my right arm now, or it's back of my underarm between my shoulder and my elbow. So that's where it goes. So anybody can, I wear a short sleeve shirt, anybody can see it, see the sensor on my arm, so they'll know I'm a diabetic. So if they know anything about the G7, so.
I was going to say, how many people would really know?
Diabetics would.
Do you know other diabetic people in your area?
Well, Kenny. I haven't seen him or talked to him in a long time now. Remember how many years I lived with him? So.
I knew you did after you said his name, but I wouldn't have been able to guess what his name was. But
yeah.
When you first went down there?
Yeah. And then living in his house with that swimming pool where his stepson drowned in. That was sad.
I don't remember that, I guess.
Yeah, it was Gretchen's boy. But I may not have ever told you, so. Well, yeah, I went to that funeral. That's sad to go to a funeral of a small child. He was only like 6 or 7.
Yeah, no, that's
very sad to
definitely
go to
harder
a funeral
on people.
like that, yeah.
I mean, you expect them to live until they're 80, 90 years old, but not a
always.
kid.
Yeah, nobody's guaranteed to live 80 or 90 years old. I'll just tell you that right now. That's why we have to be more careful with what we do.
Right. A lot of people live to be older, but they're not there mentally and they're physically they're not in good shape. So
Yeah.
that's not good.
Well, enough about the president.
Okay, we'll change the subject. That was a cute picture of Malachi
Yeah.
polishing a car.
He was buffing up. And now check this out. I can't figure this out, but you know who else liked that picture? Terry Lynn Clark, which that's Terry's middle name. I don't know if it's actually her. And I mean, she liked it almost immediately after I posted it. So either she somehow accidentally run into it or she's following me. I've got several thousand followers. So I don't, I don't know if I can look and see who's actually following me. But I don't know if it's actually her though. It could be somebody. It could be somebody. I don't know. But
somebody using their name.
She's had a couple of reels where I commented in the comments about, asking her when she was going to come and see Malachi, and she never responded to it or liked it or anything. So I don't know if maybe she followed me from that and I didn't catch the follow with that name or what. But I don't know if she did or I really don't know if it's really her, but it could be, I guess. I need some wood. I need to chop down some wood. But
So the 1,000 people, you do have names?
it's actually I have like a couple of thousand followers on Facebook, so you should be able to see it on my Facebook account. So I don't know why people choose to follow me, but they do. So for some of them do anyway.
Out of curiosity, maybe some of them.
Or they're crazy. Who knows?
Well, it's hard to say nowadays. As long as they don't know your address,
It's posted there on Facebook.
Okay. They'll find you?
Yeah, they could find me. I'm not hiding anything. Why should I hide anything?
But you're rich and making a lot of money.
Not so, but nice try. I wish I was.
Yeah, but then what are you going to do with it if you make a bunch of money?
Help Matthew and Annabelle and Harley. They might need it. This economy, their generation's not going to be able to get a good paying job. Because Trump is setting us up for failure.
I think we've talked about this before. I keep saying I need to call about, talk to your kids, but I haven't yet.
Yeah, we'll do it.
I just don't have time.
What are you doing, Mom? You're not doing anything. Give me a break.
I'm just sitting in my chair.
It's not that you don't have time, you just simply don't want to budget the time. That's what it is.
Something.
It's just like Dad was teaching me about money. For years he would tell me it's not how much money you make, it's what you do with what you get. And I never believed him until, just a few years ago. So, and then now I understand what he was saying. Because all those times I was living in an apartment and I wasn't prioritizing paying my rent. Today, that's the first thing that gets paid is my rent. I make sure I get that rent paid.
Right. That's a
And guess what?
policy.
I've been living here for 5 years now? I haven't been kicked out or nothing? God, imagine that. How does that work? Wow. You pay your rent, they won't kick you out. Imagine, I just can't figure that out. Isn't that amazing, Mom? Isn't that absolutely amazing? Why didn't I figure that out 30 years ago, huh?
I was going to say, how long ago did you? It just.
If I'd have figured that out 30 years ago, You know, it's like, wow, you pay your rent, they don't kick you out. Imagine that. Gosh, the nerve of those people.
Why'd they do it before? You were there. You were, using
I was-
up the space.
If I saw something I liked and I didn't have enough money, I would get what it was that I liked instead of paying the rent. And I wound up getting behind. Of course, once you get behind, it's so hard to catch back up again, you know? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, I
Well, you do.
understand.
You actually don't know.
I never was in that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I meant by you don't really know about that. But I put myself in that situation, you know?
Yeah, it was your own fault.
Exactly.
But you needed something to learn by.
Yeah. Of course, I got a lecture from Dad every time he loaned me money, or just simply bailed me out, which was quite often.
But see, I mean, some ways, bills and stuff, I mean, we needed to pay Aunt Blanche off, because we owed her. That's how we got money in the beginning.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we didn't do things just outright. We had to borrow money to get things going.
Yeah.
And I don't think we ever did finish paying her off.
Oh, well, too late now.
She doesn't need it.
Yeah.
She doesn't need it now.
No.
Trying to think of something exciting or something going on up here, but I can't think of anything.
Crap, I missed my turn. Missed my turn again. Got sidetracked.
And you need to concentrate then.
Yeah, I
Do
do.
things at once. That
Yeah.
takes some learning.
Now I'm back on track now.
Finally going to be able to see my Jeffrey Thursday.
Cool.
Emily's going to come over. It's been a couple weeks. I mean, he's walking now.
Oh, wow. How old is he?
He'll be 1 in August.
He's my great nephew, right?
Yeah. She hasn't sent pictures, because the last time I saw him, he was really fat. He was roly-poly. He was just trying to learn to stand up, but then that went from walking, and I guess he just...
I just realized that makes
all over
Warren
the
a grandfather. Warren's a grandfather.
Yeah, well, see, that happens.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of any new babies coming or any weddings. But size of the family, I'm sure I'm not going to get invitations like we did years ago.
Yeah.
Just too many people.
Yeah. See, Uncle Howard had 10 children or 11?
10.
Uncle Ralph had about the same number. How many Uncle Ralph have?
6.
6. I thought it was more than that.
All 6 living. They had a baby.
Okay. And Jeff
That
died.
might have made it
Remember,
six,
Jeff died in
7.
the early 80s, I think? In that car crash.
Yeah. And then Joyce has got 6.
Yep.
And then
Like
we
Brady
had 2, or we got 2, and Uncle Melvin's got 2, and then Aunt Eileen's got 2. Times changed.
Yep. Well, I mean, in this economy, nobody can afford to have children. The price of everything is just skyrocketing. You hear some of the Republicans saying, have children even if you can't afford them? How stupid is that? We're on video saying that, by the way. Have children even if you can't afford them. How much sense does that make?
You won't enjoy them. You gotta work.
Well, how are you going to feed them if you can't afford them?
Well, now you don't.
You know, if you're a single mom and you don't have enough money to buy diapers and groceries, what do you spend your money on? Which one do you buy? You know?
You go for aid.
They're cutting that off. Republicans want to cut that off too.
Okay.
Apparently, you're not paying attention to what they're saying right now, Mom, and what Trump's doing.
I will agree with that because
He's cutting all aid. He cut off health care. He cut off SNAP benefits. And so here's the thing: if employers were paying their employees a livable wage, they wouldn't need SNAP benefits. You know? I mean, we got CEOs making $20 million a year, and then their full-time employees need SNAP benefits just to buy groceries because they're not paying them enough money. I mean, that's what's going on. Exactly. That trickle-down bullshit is a lie. It doesn't trickle down; it trickles up. Boy, do I ever regret voting for Reagan in '84. God, never thought I'd say that, but I absolutely regret voting for that piece of shit. He started all this crap. He set it all up. Because in the 1950s, a man could have a wife and 2 children, buy a house, 2 cars, and live comfortably. Well, you can't do that anymore. You know, your wife has to work, and right now we got people working 2, 3 jobs and still can't pay their bills. So it's not that they're lazy and they don't want to work, it's just that they're not getting paid enough money when they do work. Because if you're a company who can afford to pay your CEO $20 million a year, you can afford to pay your employees $35 an hour.
How much do you get?
A little over 20.
No, that's okay.
It's not okay. I wouldn't be able to live by myself. That's why I've got Eddie as a roommate. So it's not okay, huh? Because I want to be able to live by myself, huh?
You split the cost.
Yeah, we split the cost. But he couldn't afford to live by himself either. And this is the economy we live in. And that's what sucks about it. I should be able to work one job, 40 hours a week, and afford everything I need and have money left over. Like how it used to be. The cost of you probably didn't see my Facebook post where I posted what the cost of living was and the inflation rate. And then I also posted what the average pay raise of every employee is every year, and it's only like 3%. Well, the cost of living was like 3.5%, and inflation was another 2.5%. So that's double what the pay raise is. So that's the problem. The people's wages are not keeping up with the cost of living and inflation. And that's all because Republicans are on the side of billionaires, not the people that voted them in.
Your dad needs to be alive so he could talk to you. You don't think that would work?
No, I don't. Because I know he voted for Trump in 16, and I was very upset at him for that. But if he would have voted for Trump in 24 after January 6th, I'd never talk to him again. I would be so angry. Because see, my anger is not at Trump anymore. My anger is at the people that voted for him.
Got him in the office.
Exactly. But Trump is a criminal, so he's going to break the law. That's what he does. So my anger is not at him. My anger is at the people that put him in office. Despite our warnings and all these boo-hoo videos about people, oh, I regret my vote for Trump. We warned you. We told you this was going to happen. And you ignored us. You said we had Trump derangement syndrome. You said we were overreacting. Those were their exact words. I remember having dozens of debates with people on Facebook and YouTube and stuff like that about this. And that's exactly what they told me. You're overreacting. You got Trump derangement syndrome. And now they're the ones I wish I hadn't voted for him. I can't afford my groceries. The groceries have done nothing but gone up. What was his promise, Mom? During his campaign, he would bring the prices down on day one, which is impossible, okay? Even if he wanted to do that, he wouldn't be able to. But he's been in office almost 2 years, and the prices have done nothing but gone up.
Or ups and down.
Exactly. I mean, he hasn't even tried to bring them down. He's just happy with them going up, I guess. Because he doesn't care about us. He cares about his billionaire buddies and making money off the presidency and his family. And that's why he's going to try and cheat on the midterms and steal the midterm elections. Because he knows if the Democrats get in power, they'll impeach and remove him. And they'll bring his family up on charges and launch investigations for all the crimes they committed when he was in office.
Hi, guys. Hi, Malachi. Hi.
Yep, talking to my mom.
How are you today?
How are you? Gonna answer it? Yeah, that's yours. You left it in here the other day. You gonna answer my mom?
Yeah, I want to go in the room.
Huh?
I'm going in the room, please.
Go in the what?
I'm going in the room.
Go in the room? What do you mean?
Yeah. I mean mine.
Huh? Yeah, you can go in your room. Oh, with my phone? Let me talk to her a little bit longer. He wants to take you off and talk to you again, Mom. Huh?
If I can understand him, sometimes
Check
it's
with your
hard to
grandpa,
understand him.
because we can't give you too much sugar.
He's getting taller. That's what I noticed in the video.
Yeah, oh man, he's growing like a weed. He really is. He's going to be tall. I'm sure he's going to be over 6'2" when he grows up. Huh?
Got a nice haircut. I like his haircut.
Cookie.
Cookie Monster. So, yeah, I mean, if the company can afford to pay their CEO $20 million a year, they can afford to pay their employees $35 an hour. Because remember, Mom, the minimum wage has not been raised since 2009. So it's well below people seem to don't understand what the minimum wage is supposed to mean. It's supposed to mean the minimum wage that you can be paid, so where you can get by in the current economy we are living in. It's not the minimum wage that the company can pay you. It's supposed to be a minimum wage that allows you to buy all the things you need in the current economy. That's what the minimum wage is supposed to mean.
So it should go up in the years.
It should definitely go up. It should go up as fast as inflation and the cost of living is going up. Once we get it to a point where people can afford to live, then it should go up to match the cost of living and inflation every single year. So every single year you should get a raise that's going to match the cost of living and inflation. Because if I was in Congress, I'd be voting for that. I'd be trying to get that set up. But right now, it's so far behind that you'd have to give everybody a raise. Raise the minimum wage to at least $35 an hour, and make sure everybody is guaranteed at least $1.50 an hour raise every year in order to keep up with the cost of living and inflation. I got a 75% raise this year. Not nearly enough.
Yeah, but it helps. But yeah, that's dropping.
It helps, but it's not nearly enough. 75 cents?
That's, yeah, like I said, just a drop in the bucket.
Exactly. It was even worse when I worked at Home Depot. I got like 19-cent raises when I worked at Home Depot. That was ridiculous.
Could you find another job that pays more?
Huh?
Could you find another job that you'd like and that would pay more?
Well, hopefully I can get some kind of record deal and write parody songs for one of the songwriters, the song labels here in Nashville. That would be the ultimate job right there, and that would definitely be more money. So, you know, if they pay me per parody song I write or something, I don't know. But, and then I should be getting money on the royalties too.
Well, you're well stacked as far as songs you've written, aren't you?
I've written 30 of them. I sure am. Plus I have ideas to write many more. Probably got ideas to write at least a dozen more.
I don't even know any of the country singers now.
Yeah.
I don't know what channel or what state or whatever, you know, to really see anybody.
Yeah.
And so, they don't show Reba McEntire's the only one I, you know, see quite regularly. Because she's got her own program.
Yeah.
But other than that, I might not recognize the younger ones now because they've gotten older and they look older.
Yeah.
You were talking about Terry Clark. Is she still singing and writing too, or not?
I don't think so. I'm not sure what she's doing. Yeah, I think she's pretty much retired. She makes plenty of money from her royalties from all the songs she wrote, so she doesn't need to work or do anything. And that's where I want to be someday.
Well, she was a good singer. She was beautiful too.
Oh, yeah.
Combination.
Oh yeah.
With her black hat.
Which I have right over there.
Oh. Boy, that would be worth something.
I doubt it. I didn't tell you I got my hat from Tina gave it to me. But she got it, but Terry gave it to her. Of course, I'm not even sure what she calls herself now. But I guess she's a full man now.
I
She
just don't like
used to be
hearing
better
things like
looking than
that.
Terry.
It's just-
Tina used to be better looking than Terry. You remember Tina, don't you? You met her a couple
really.
times. Oh, not really? Okay. Well, I know you met her when well, Eddie and they may have been divorced when you came down when I was in the hospital for diabetes the first time. So they may have already been divorced. So she may not have been with him.
I remember seeing him sitting next to you when you were in the hospital bed. Did you get any bad storms when we were having the bad storms up here?
We got a little bit of rain and thunder and lightning. It wasn't that bad.
No flooding?
No.
Everybody was getting flooded out.
Oh, really?
And when the storm first started, my electricity was on and off, and I thought, this is not good. I almost was going to unplug things because I just knew that's not good, but then I maybe did it for 15 minutes and then it straightened up and it was fine.
Cool.
Well, what do you do when you don't have electricity? We're spoiled.
Yeah.
There was a lot of generators running. A lot of people bought generators.
Huh.
And they could have their electricity, but I know Warren bought one for out there, but I don't know if he had to use it or not. But I know he's ready if he does.
It's not going to be good farmland here. And that's going to be too small to make a field out of. But it could be used for storage for buildings. Trying to find more places to create more fields, Mom. And the problem is the ground is too rocky. Big old boulders sticking out of the ground and stuff.
Well, you remember having to pick up rocks and stones?
Yeah, sure do. I remember having to hold the sunflowers that Dad had.
They were definitely pretty.
Yeah.
All the crops of sunflowers. I like the sunflowers. You talk to Aunt Marilyn at all?
Not much. I don't know, I might call her after I talk to you. Who knows?
She'd enjoy that. She likes to talk.
Yeah.
So be prepared.
At least me and her agree on how horrible Trump is. So.
Yeah, well, I understand that, but she, I mean, like I keep saying, she talks to me and I listen.
Uh-huh.
I can't keep up with her. But she's getting along, she's using the walker now, but she has a problem with her knees and hips. That doesn't slow her down. Heather is the only one that really talks to her now.
Yeah. Well, she got herself to blame for that.
Well, then I was going to say her two great-granddaughters, Kaylee and Lexi.
Yeah.
They correspond too, back and forth.
Former neighbors. I think that's a sugar alert for me. I gotta check to see. Shouldn't be low, it might be too high.
Just what do you do?
Take insulin if it's too high. Yep, it's too high. Figured. I'm gonna take some insulin. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
Okay. Oh, dang. Part of the diabetic cycle, Mom. My sugar is low, so I eat too much, then it gets too high. Take insulin. It's a vicious cycle.
Yeah, but at least you know how to do it. You have to
Yeah.
keep everything refrigerated, though.
Yeah. See, I was eating Oreos, but it wasn't raising my sugar high enough. I was starting to feel like I was getting to a danger point, and so then I ate a Pop-Tart, and that was too much sugar.
Oh, it sounds like, yeah.
Or actually, I didn't even finish the Pop-Tart. So I just ate like 1.5 Pop-Tarts. So, but that was still too much sugar. But the Oreo cookies, I wasn't raising it high enough because it was, my reading was so low, it wasn't reading anything. It just said low, and that's dangerous. That's dangerous. So it wasn't even giving me a number. It was just saying low.
Well, I'm glad you know how to figure things out, what to eat and what not. What
be
can
kinda-
you eat before, besides sugar? Things that are sugared.
Well, that's the quickest way to get, the sugar up. Actually, liquid is even quicker than solid food because it gets into your system quicker.
Right. And what can you
Like
drink
milk
as
or
far as
juice or something like that. So,
chocolate milk? Maybe chocolate milk? Or just plain milk?
yeah, chocolate milk. Or even just plain milk is fine. So, yeah. Or juice, like orange juice or something. When I was out dancing and my sugar would drop low, I'd always go and get like an orange juice from the bar. So a lot of the bartenders knew that I was diabetic. And,
So they kept an eye out for you?
yeah, kind of. So,
Do you have any problems when you're at work?
not now. But there were times when I would collapse at work and just go totally out. Remember one couple of times when I worked at the zoo, and I'd basically wake up and the paramedics would be right next to me. They wouldn't take me to the hospital, but they called the paramedics. So.
Well, that's good. Somebody was kind of looking out for you.
Yeah. Speaking of paramedics, Randolph Mantooth died a couple days ago. You know who he was?
No.
He played Johnny Gage on Emergency. Remember the show Warren and I used to love watching? He played one of the paramedics on Emergency.
I think that came up on my tablet.
Did it?
Those guys look familiar because you used to watch them.
Yep.
But I don't remember what it said, but I just remember seeing their pictures.
Yeah. Kevin Ty's still alive, but Randolph Mantooth died.
How old was he?
80, I think. A good full life.
I didn't think they were that old.
Yeah.
Because they were quite young to me on the program. Well, that was how many
They'd
years
have been
ago?
about your age. They'd have been about your age, Mom.
Yeah.
I'm born in the 40s.
How long does a tablet, do you know how long a tablet really lasts?
I don't.
I think I need a new one because mine is really acting up.
Oh, really?
I had it for quite a few years. John got it for me, a Christmas present, but that's been a while ago.
Huh. You'd be the one to ask.
The other thing, I know how to run this one. A new one would be more update and everything. I might have problems at my age.
Yeah.
I think it was your dad's age. He talked to John, you know, about getting it for me. Same with the phone. I don't want to update this because I know how to run it. I don't want a newfangled one that you can do so much with it.
Yeah.
I just want a phone to talk on.
Yeah.
Old fashioned.
Do you remember when you first got it, what year it was, or around the time you got a phone for the first time?
I have no idea. Seems like I've had it forever, but
I meant when you were growing up. Did you have it right when you were born, or what? There were a lot of people in the 40s that just still didn't have phones yet.
it would have been like a crank phone. Or no, you had to call the
No,
operator.
I wouldn't. Well, maybe, yeah.
No, we needed to call the operator.
Yeah,
'Cause
you couldn't
there
call
was
direct, I don't think.
No, there was a telephone office there in corner and Macon, where that point is, kind of. That used to be a telephone office
Where?
in Macon.
Oh, really? There was a telephone office in Macon?
Yes, yes, on the main four corners.
Huh.
You know,
All 20 houses?
near the grocery store and somewhat near the church.
The big
Right
metropolis of Macon?
Well, you know. Surely was nothing like when I went to work in Ann Arbor.
Yeah,
That was a wake-up call.
I bet. Small town girl going in at work in Ann Arbor?
Then I found out when I did quit, and then, I quit because we were getting you boys. Then when you were in school, then Aunt Blanche got me some work at the products,
Uh-huh,
and I made more at the products than I did in Ann Arbor.
uh-huh.
I should have just, stayed close to home, but didn't know that.
Yeah.
But then there were times I worked with Aunt Mert at Concordia. That was fun.
Cool.
They're tearing the chapel down, did I tell you that?
Uh-uh.
The university has bought the property because I guess it's been closed for some years.
Concordia College?
Yeah,
Really? I didn't know that.
I didn't remember that either. I just now thinking as far as the school, if they're closing that, too, or what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But that was quite a few years ago.
Oh, yeah. Bunch of my cousins went to Concordia College, didn't they?
Not to the college, to the school.
Yeah. They got their Jesus degree, right?
Right.
They got their Jesus degree, right?
Something like that, I guess. The school only went to the 8th grade.
Okay.
And they had to go to,
Public
high
school.
Well, Aunt Joyce's kids went to Britain schools then.
Yeah.
And Mark, well, he went to
Gumsy.
Tecumseh.
Oh, they lived on
That-
Seminole Avenue right there, which was just the back door of the current high school, but the high school was a different location back then.
Right, right.
And now it's basically in Uncle Melvin's old back porch, which he doesn't live there anymore. Who bought his old place?
Nobody
We
that
know
we
him?
knew of that
Okay.
I don't know. I probably should say I don't know. I don't think it was family or
Oh, I'm sure
anybody.
it wasn't.
Would you have wanted to go to St. Paul's school?
No. No.
I guess somehow we knew that. I just,
You know, I wish I would have read the Bible as a kid, because you know what the Bible says about bastards like me? We're not to attend a church to the 10th generation. In other words, 10 generations of my children are not to go to church. If I'd have known that, I'd have told Dad, the Bible doesn't want me to go to church.
and you could prove it to him.
Yeah, all I got to show right in the Bible where it says that I'm not allowed to go into church. Yep. Of course, he would be just like any other Christian. Is, oh, they don't really mean that. Really? The exact words say that, and you say, oh, they don't really mean that. Just like where the Bible literally gives you permission to beat your slaves, and then people argue, oh, you're taking it out of context. Really? How am I taking that out of context? These are the exact words of the Bible. So it's so dishonest. When they start pulling that stuff, I just stop debating, because there's no sense in debating them anymore. They're going to argue dishonestly. I'm not even going to talk to them.
Well, there's no sense going on and on and
Exactly. When the words literally say that, you may beat your slaves, and the reason you can beat your slaves is because they're your property. The slaves don't even have to do anything wrong. The Bible says you can beat your slaves simply because they are your property. And that's not even the passage that made me realize I was an atheist. That was Deuteronomy 22, verse 28 and 29, where it demands that a raped virgin must marry her rapist. And when I first read that, I was reading it off of a website, and I thought, well, they got to be lying. The Bible can't really say that. And so I broke out the Bible that you guys gave me when it got confirmed. You know, it's got my name on it and my confirmation date, right? And I opened up to that same passage, and sure enough, it said the same damn thing. And I just sat there, I was dumbfounded. And then that's when I realized, oh my God, I'm an atheist, and I've been an atheist for a long time. But because of my religious upbringing, I didn't want to admit it. And that's when I realized I was an atheist. And then the debates when Dad came.
Oh, he would have been a good one.
No, he wasn't. He was horrible at debating it. He had no idea what he was talking about. He was horrible. He had no idea. He's never read the Bible in his life. You know, he goes to church. That's all he did, is go to church. You know, and that's what most Christians do. They just go to church. So they don't really read the Bible.
I'm sure he read the Bible at some time or another in order to be confirmed and everything, wouldn't he have?
Well, yeah, but you don't read the whole Bible. You just read the passages that the preachers want you to read.
Right.
Which is not reading the Bible. That's not reading the Bible, you know. When you read the Bible and realize all the genocides that God ordered, or all the people that he killed himself, you know, and this is my argument when people bring up Satan, and I always ask them, well, what makes you so sure Satan was the bad guy and God was the good guy? What if you're wrong? They both exist, but Satan is the good guy and God is the bad guy. What are you going to do then? You know, they don't. They just blow that off. Oh, that can't be right. Really? And then I'll go right to what exactly the Bible says about it. According to the Bible, how many people has God killed compared to how many people has Satan killed? And God has killed millions, and including every baby and small child in the world, if you believe the Noah's Ark story, which I don't. But that means he killed every single baby in the world, and yet God's all powerful. He could have performed a miracle and saved the babies. He could have just killed the people who were guilty, just the people that pissed him off, right? He could have just killed them. But no, he kills everybody. That's a genocide, Mom. That's a worldwide genocide. You can't turn around and say your God committed a genocide and then turn around and say, well, he's a loving God. That completely contradicts itself. Have you talked with Warren about your funeral plans? I mean, like, I hope it doesn't happen anytime soon. I hope we still got another 10 or 20 years, but...
Oh, don't push it.
Well,
20 would be
that's
really
what I'm hoping, huh? 20 would be great. I mean, if you live to be 100, that would be something else.
No, that all depends mentally and physically.
I agree.
Yeah,
I'm the same
you
way.
Can't, yeah.
Yeah.
And the way things are going, yeah, mentally and physically, I don't think I'll
Well,
make
mentally
it.
you're fine, but I think physically might be the problem.
Right.
So with the health problems you got.
What is interesting, I was cleaning out, a chest of drawers
Mm-hmm.
that I have in my room where I'm sitting.
Uh-huh.
I just came across a sheet, your family, I don't know, funeral arrangements.
Of mine?
No, mine.
Oh,
I mean,
yours?
It's a
Okay.
blank, it's a blank piece of paper. I need to fill it out.
Yes, definitely. If you want what Aunt Karen had, then you need to put it in your will, or tell Warren, or tell somebody. Terry's running your will and testament, isn't she?
I keep thinking that, but I've never really talked to her. I know she's at Maryland.
Tell somebody, Mom, because I'm not going to be arguing with Warren about this, because he's going to think that you're going to want, a typical Christian funeral. And if that's not what you want, I'll go. If you want a typical Christian funeral, I got no problem with that. That's your decision. But if you want something, I don't know what Aunt Karen had, because I wasn't there. But if you want what she had, you need to make some people make some people aware of that.
Right. No.
I'm not going to be arguing with anybody about it once you die.
Yeah, she didn't have a church service. She didn't have a deal at the cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they called it a celebration of life.
Right. Yeah, that sounds cool. I like the sound of that.
Got everybody together,
Uh-huh.
It just
Talk about stories of her and stuff.
right.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
I guess because I was brought up well, not really differently than your dad. I just, don't want a church service. I don't really want to say I didn't.
You got to tell somebody, Mom, because I'm not gonna, unless you make me power of attorney or something like that. I'm not gonna be arguing with anybody over what you get. So you're gonna have to make plans, or tell somebody, or do something. So that way I got some way to say, look, this is not what Mom wanted. Let's give her what she wanted, Because I don't care. Whatever you want, I'm willing to do, Even if I don't agree with it, because it's your funeral.
Right. It's my
Exactly.
decision.
It's your last will and testament. Your last
Somehow
desire.
I thought I talked to Warren about it, but I better bring it up again sometime.
Bring it up again. Yeah. Make it clear to him. Or make it legal, Put it in your last will or something. You know what I mean? Put it in your will.
I do have a will but
I don't know will. Everybody tells me fire at will, and I'm like, which one's will?
Will Schaefer.
Yeah. Do we have a Will Schaefer in our family?
Yeah.
I don't know. What child is he?
I think it's Keith, yeah.
Oh,
Will.
Keith? Oh, okay.
Keith.
Oh, yeah, now I remember, yeah.
There was 3 boys, and Will was the youngest. And I don't know what the other two boys are doing, but Will is more the farmer, taking over the farming end of, I think he lives on Billmeyer.
Okay.
But I haven't seen him in years, so could say if I don't even know what he looks like anymore. Like a lot of nieces and nephews, when you don't, they live in Ohio or all around now, you just don't see them.
Yeah.
Well, it's more Aunt Joyce's, her kids live all around United States, different states.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if all the Schaefers got together, all the Joseph Schaefers got together, how many that would be?
Oh, hundreds, wouldn't it? Quite literally?
It'd have to be.
Yeah. I wouldn't know half of them either. You know, been living in Tennessee, I've been away from them for 20, 30 years.
The first generation.
Yep. That's about it.
Yeah, and I need to talk to Aunt Joyce Schaefer, because she's the one that was supposed to get, all the names and birth dates and anniversaries up to date, but do it on the computer.
Yeah.
But I don't know if she can print it up. Because I always enjoyed keeping that up, updated, but I always did it by hand.
Yeah.
Hand wrote it out and kept it in a binder.
Yeah, no need to do that anymore.
No. But yeah, it's on the computer, but I would like to see a paper with it written out.
Yeah. Chases deer down with my chainsaw. Ooh. Almost cut into the logs I just got down, huh?
Do you do that very often?
Yeah. Every now and then I'll chase them around.
You said deer, right?
Right. Deer. Whitetails.
I mean, and I've said this so many times that I've seen more deer in town
than you ever did living out in the country, yep.
About every day there'll be at least two out there.
Well, it brings me back to a couple of stories that with Dad and Uncle Joel hunting. Especially that one story where they were hunting on Dad's land, and all Dad had was his .22, and he walks into this clearing, and this big 8-point buck is sitting there, and the buck looks at him like, "What are you looking at?" And Dad kind of slowly backs out, and he goes and tells Uncle Joel.
There's one standing over there.
Yeah, and he tells him about this deer, and he's like, "Are you serious?" He says, "Yeah, come on, show me where." He took one look at Uncle Joel, got up and started running, because he knew Uncle Joel meant business. And he didn't get very far, and Uncle Joel nailed him. So, well, it's funny how he looked at Dad and says, "You're no threat. What are you doing? What are you looking at?" I'm not scared of you,
There was a fence in between me and a deer. A couple weeks ago now. But I had been watching it, and so then I went out and was going to talk to it. And I mean, it came right up to the fence, and like I said, we were eye to eye.
How about that? Yeah. They know they can't be harmed, and they're smart animals.
Right.
I mean, they've only been hunted for thousands of years. Maybe even tens of thousands of years. So they know when they're safe and when they're not. Out in the country, they know they're not safe. But in downtown, they know they're safe.
It also knew that I put bird seed up that kept sniffing.
Yeah.
And when I do it and see them, they'll come up and cross the fence and then lick, from the bird feeder. Get some bird seed, but so that's why it was by the fence, because it was watching me.
We're watching for that bird seed, huh?
But now I don't even have any bird seed out there. I'm getting tired of feeding the squirrels.
Are you?
They just
Nuisance.
all over the bird seed.
Yeah.
And I want to get a bird feeder that has like a cage,
Uh-huh.
you know, around it. I haven't been able, well, I haven't looked either. But I need to get one of them, and that might help. Hopefully. Because I like seeing the birds.
Yeah.
Do you have a bird feeder or have birds down there?
Well, we got birds. I don't have a bird feeder though.
Well, that'd be cute for Malachi to watch the birds.
I don't think he'd be interested.
Once
He'd rather watch
saw some.
Spider-Man.
Because they're different colors. I mean, they're red and they're blue and they're yellow and they're brown.
Yep.
They're pretty to watch.
Goodness sakes, I've been live streaming for 4.5 hours, Mom. At least I don't have to work tonight. I worked last night, so I got some overtime in last night because I normally have Monday nights off. But they were desperately short on help last night, so I got some overtime
Anybody
coming.
getting sick down there with that that's going around?
What is it going around?
The people get diarrhea.
Dysentery? I think
It
you're
starts
talking
with an
about.
O. It's a great big long name. But you get diarrhea really bad. Mindy had it. She
Oh, goodness.
had diarrhea for 4 days.
Oh, man, that's not good.
But it's a very big long name. It starts with an O.
I'm not sure.
Oh.
I don't know if anybody's got that.
It's quite popular in a way. I mean, you hear a lot about it. It has to do with lettuce, green vegetables. Something about, not getting them washed like they should be.
Yeah, I haven't heard about that.
I haven't heard anybody around here, but maybe I wouldn't. But I don't go, being with the weather, I don't go out that much. But I don't have that many places to really go either.
Yeah.
I got the money. That's the bad part about it. I do have money I could spend, but don't need anything. And putting miles on my car, when you just go down the bushes here and then come back, you don't put too many miles on. I really don't like driving as far as Adrian anymore.
Oh.
So I just go to bushes, and then when I come back home, I go on Occidental to Brown.
Uh-huh.
So I make a circle, go one way and come back the other. And I see my cousin's house, Wise's, there on the corner. They came to visit me a week ago or so, maybe, see how I was doing. They seem to be, because San is 5 years younger than I am.
Okay.
He was the oldest of that generation.
Okay.
But he, with his beard and everything, he seems to be doing okay.
That's good.
Cheryl, she colors her hair, so she doesn't look like she's older, but she's got pretty brownish reddish hair. far as a cousin, Melinda, I see her at least once a week on Wednesdays. She takes care of her grandson, and Mindy lives south of Saline, and the parents live Onstead.
Okay.
Thomas is the one that drops TJ off because he works in Saline area. Well, he's a postman. So then Melinda he's a very cute, smart little boy. Talks really plain and likes my hot wheel cars.
And Malachi likes them too. He's got hundreds of them all over the apartment here.
No, he doesn't put them in a box.
Yeah, he does. He's actually pretty good about picking them up. So.
Because if you stepped on the one with a barefoot, that might hurt.
Yeah. Well, that's why I don't walk around the house barefoot. I got slippers I wear. I love this old sawmill, Mom. It is so cool. It's a big old sawmill that produces like, what's it, four different? Well, 5 if you include the sawdust. The game calls it wood chips, but it's really sawdust.
After the storm the other day, I mean, there was trees down all over the place.
Oh, really? It was that bad?
It was quite serious, yes. And we weren't the only ones that got hit. There was other places around, but roads were closed.
Oh.
I had one branch, I wouldn't even call it a limb, but one branch down. Oh, then Josh picked it up when he mowed the lawn.
Okay.
But then there was a lot of little sticks that I could hear him just running over them.
Uh-huh.
There would have been way too many to pick up. And the guy that owns the grass beyond my fence and before the woods, I could hear him. He didn't pick them up either. He was running. It's probably not good for the lawnmower, the blades, you know.
Uh-huh.
They might have to sharpen them. But it's easier than picking them up, I guess. You know where Wendy's was?
Yeah.
And I wish I could
they tore that
remember,
down,
but-
didn't they?
Pardon?
They tore it down, didn't they?
No, they're rebuilding.
Rebuilding a Wendy's?
They're adding on. There's 3 different restaurants going in there, but the only one that I remember is Jimmy John's.
Oh, okay.
But there's 2 other restaurants going in there, so they made it bigger.
Okay.
That would be a nice change.
Yeah.
I hit and miss going to drive-thrus. I like Arby's bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich.
Uh-huh.
And Burger King, I like their Whopper Jr. It's just a nice size for a hamburger. I haven't been to McDonald's in quite a while now.
I go there quite often for breakfast. I like the sausage McMuffin all day. I usually get 2 of those and then a large unsweet iced tea.
Yeah.
Well, I have to drink unsweet, so.
Right, no. But Warren goes to the diner quite a bit. Your dad, well, Uncle Bill, yeah, he went there every Saturday, I think, for his cup of coffee with his friend Dick Harvey. I think your dad went, but not that much. But that's one meal I don't really need to go out and eat breakfast. I'd rather fix my toast or cereal.
Are you back on the toast?
Yes, I go back and forth. I just depends on
Decades, all you ate was peanut butter toast. Decades. That was all. That was all you eat for breakfast.
Yeah, well, I still, but now I like Lucky Charms cereal.
Okay. Oh,
And
always have to be a Lucky Charm.
yeah, I got my shamrocks, except they're 4-leaf, so they're not shamrocks.
Yeah.
And cinnamon toasted, cinnamon
Cinnamon
toasted.
Toast Crunch. That's Eddie's
Crunch.
favorite. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is Eddie's favorite.
I bought a box of that for something different. I'll eat cereal until my milk runs out, then I go back to toast and with peanut butter on it. Oh, I have gotten the healthy bars or whatever, breakfast bars. I have gotten some of them for something different. Then I had a grilled cheese sandwich for lunch.
Cool.
I haven't fixed one of them in quite a while.
Yeah.
Can't ever believe what I'm going to have for supper, though, probably.
What's that?
Ice cream.
Just that's it? Just ice cream for supper?
Yep.
You're living life dangerously, Mom.
I know, but it's good.
Yeah, it sure is. That's been a while since I've had ice cream. I get, man, if I start eating ice cream, I'll just keep going. It's like donuts. I don't know how to stop. So.
I don't know what got me going, but I like Ben and Jerry's.
Okay.
You can get a variety, you know.
Yeah.
Cherry and strawberry, the two, but then the rest is all chocolate. Chocolate chunks or chocolate. Chocolate. I was trying to think of other things that are in chunks, but. Oh, cookie dough. In some ways that doesn't appeal to me because I think it's raw, you know. But it's still good. But they have more, you know, variety as far as chocolate flavored kinds. But I get that little container and it takes me usually 2 times to eat one. Or I have gotten plain vanilla and then made a vanilla float.
Oh, okay.
Boston Cooler. Is it Boston Cooler? And root beer float.
Cool.
No, I just, in the last couple of years, I started eating more ice cream.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, particularly now when they've come out with such varieties, and I like it when I can get the little container.
Remember when Dad bought that ice cream churner at a garage sale or something and tried to make homemade ice cream? Remember that?
Yeah.
That was a disaster. That was a freaking disaster.
Well, he wanted to do things cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, he always wanted to do things cheap. That winter we froze because he wanted to try to heat the whole house. You know, a 2-story with a basement with the wood burning. Not going to happen. We froze upstairs. Warren and I froze upstairs.
we did leave the door open for you, thinking some of the heat would go up.
It didn't. Yeah, I remember that was a very cold winter.
But
And
you
then
survived.
the fire would always die down in the middle of the night because you got to keep it fed, you know.
Right, right.
So by the time we woke up in the morning, it was like, you know,
Cold.
coals. Yeah, it wasn't very hot. You'd have to stoke the fire up again.
I don't remember having to do it, that often, but somehow I'm thinking that I had to do it when you guys were up north. But
That may
maybe
have been
not.
when he had that, wasn't it? Can you remember what year?
Oh, I have no.
Because that was 83 when we went up north. 82 or 83, I thought. I think it was 83 because I was listening to Hall & Oates. Big Bang, what's the name of that cassette? Hall & Oates had Method of Modern Love on it. Trying to remember the name of the cassette tape.
I remember that group, but I don't remember what songs. If I heard it, I could remember, but
What did I do? I wanted to keep going straight. I turned. METHODOFLOD, Method of Modern Love. And I listened to that cassette, side A, then side B would automatically flip over, and entire trip up and back, I did nothing but listen to that CD or cassette. It wasn't a CD yet. And that little Walkman I got from winning that band contest for selling those candles. Remember that?
oh yeah, it's cool.
Yep. I won that Walkman in that contest.
I had to drive you around, didn't I?
Just to deliver them, I rode my bike out to take the orders. But then when the candles came in, I obviously couldn't take those on my bike. So it was either you or Dad did that. Because I still didn't have a license at the time. But yeah, I rode my bike all over the place to sell the candles.
Well, you had to go quite a distance because the houses aren't that close together.
No, they're not. This is country. This is southeast Michigan country. So yeah. But I was already riding my bicycle to football practice though.
Right, right.
And that's
going down the gravel.
That was tiring because after all day at football practice and riding my bicycle home from that, it's like holy cow, my legs got tired.
That was exercise for playing football.
Yeah. Yeah.
Over too much exercise, maybe.
Were you at the game where I scored the 2-point conversion? Because I actually did score in a real game, not in practice, in a real game. We had made a touchdown, and I was in the huddle, and Gordy came in with the play, and it was quickie left, and I was the left tight end at the time, which means they were going to pass the ball to me. And so I went, I took my turn, and he threw it, I caught it, and then the linebacker hit me and tackled me in the end zone. So I came up and did a little dance, and everybody laughed at that. So
we went to your home games. I remember doing that.
There was a home game too. I remember that. So you may have been there. I don't know.
I don't remember it, but I thought.
I remember the ref getting mad at me because he wanted the football. He said, "Give me the football! Give me the football!" Because I was just sitting there celebrating with the football. Bobbing my knees together and stuff like that. Everybody was laughing. So, it's not exactly 4 touchdowns in one game, but I joke about that with people when I meet them. And I said, yeah, I once scored 4 touchdowns in one game for Britain High. And they're like, did you really? I says, no, but if Al Bundy can do it, I can do it too. So, so they think that's pretty funny.
I don't even keep up with the Britain football or basketball.
Well, it's Britain Deerfield now. Combined two teams.
Combination.
Yeah. The
But when you
Minutemen,
don't know
well, they're called the Patriots
anybody-
now because they combine the Minutemen with the Tories, and you get Patriots, I guess. I don't know how that works, but
They did it.
yeah, they did it. And that was so interesting because we were, you know what a Tory is, don't you, Mom? From the Revolutionary War? A Tory was an American,
Yeah.
a Tory was an American colonist that sided with the King of England and didn't want to declare independence from England. So, and then I remember on the gym they had that, the mascot was a picture of a British regular soldier. Well, that's a British regular. That's not a Tory. You know, that's a British soldier. So, it's like, well, this is a school I'm supposed to be learning history from? Give me a break. Why didn't they put, an obvious Tory up there? Because most of their uniforms were like a green coat, when a lot of the Tory uniforms had like a green coat in it. And they could have done that and then said, hey, now that's a Tory. Because what they had was a British regular, a regular soldier, That always bugs me when I hear the Paul Revere crap of the British are coming. That's not what he said at all. And he didn't go down the street yelling that either. Because the British soldiers were everywhere. The city was under military occupation at the time. So if he did that, the British soldiers would be like, hey, you, come here. Come here, lad. Who are you, lad? Huh? You loyal to the king? You loyal to the crown? So that would have been stupid for him. He wound up getting caught, too. When he arrived at Lexington the next morning, he arrived on foot because he got his horse compensated by the British.
I was just thinking, the other day, as far as the British, as far as Ireland, there was the British against Catholics.
IRA. Yep.
Which that was quite a few years ago, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
That's why Grandpa left Ireland, because they're still fighting over there, the north from the south.
Yep. Yeah, they sure are. Same God, same war. That's one thing I liked about the when Gettysburg came out in the early 90s, the movie. They had a poster, and it said, same God, same land, different dreams. So, and I like that thing. That was a good thing.
Well, I enjoy it, and I'm the one that keeps hanging up on you, but I enjoy talking to you, but I need to get up and go to the bathroom, but then I need to get up and get me some ice cream before my 8 o'clock movie comes on.
Okay, all right, Mom. Okay. All right. Take care.
Keep playing your game.
Oh, yeah. I have fun doing it. So, and you take care of yourself.
I'm trying, but it's getting trying.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear that. But anyway, take care of yourself. I love you.
I love you too, and you take care of yourself.
Okay, I will. Bye.
All right, bye.
Oh my God, my turn. Oh, yeah, I got to turn left. And I'll have to be right back. Oh, excuse me. Be right back.